Good morning, folks. Welcome to part 4 of this mostly fresh start Voldrak Cadence order, premiering our new spring-summer streaming hour starting at 8 instead of 6:30 or whenever I get to it. Let's let's start on Elite, check our resistances and such. It's been a minute since we played this character, so just make sure we're where we need to be. We're not level 70 yet, so we can't use the armor augments. Yeah, top row is all good. Yeah, I think we'll be okay for the time being. So let's go to ultimate. Um. Oh. So Chaos Res is a little off. We'll fix that at level 70. Actually, are we honored with Devil's Crossing? Yeah, so we can get the Vitality Res mostly fixed from them. Okay. That's fine then. All right, that will work for now.
You're not looking for bodies. You will...
And then Tyrant of Alacrity at level 70, we can equip. Perfect. Haven't touched this build since Tuesday, so it took a minute to get everything figured out. what are we doing with our 2 devotion points? You know, health DA, chaos aether res. It's not the worst. And in theory, that frees up some something, but let's just stick with this for now, I guess. Somehow we're okay. We're level 70, so I guess 13k health isn't bad. Okay, we're still rocking low-level Salile pants. Or sorry, yeah, low-level Salile pants. Probably want to do something about that. It's incredible how many Slith necklaces drop when you do not need them. Yeah, we've got, what, 19? Alright, let's actually go to White Mire, get the Slithering. Good morning, Viley. Good morning, Susie. Susie on the 75 stream streak. That is quite a lot of streams, so I guess I have also been streaming more. Though still less than February and March. Okay. Am I crazy, or did they buff Slitherings across the board? So I think it used to be a fixed value, or mostly a fixed value, and then they made it a wider range. Yeah. Yes, we know you do not believe in the Slitherings, Viley. Welcome in, Asimov. Good morning. I should... Anyone in Europe, I forget it's not 6:30 a.m. when I'm starting anymore. I should probably say good afternoon. All right, let's get the book so that we can kill Durrani. It was changed. It was not for 1.3. Okay.
The dead attack a creep. I need some time to.
All right. So corpse dust. And all right, just like that, all of our resistances are basically fixed. Chaos Res could still use some help, but we're going to be probably swapping out some gear. Let's see, what else do we have? Right. Tyrants of Alacrity. It's a big damage upgrade. Alright. We still need the... I'll craft an imbued silver. It's cheap enough. I won't craft imbued silver because we don't have a blacksmith yet. Right. Alright, let's go rescue Angram. Yeah, I mean, that's doable. If I can avoid crafting pots on SSF, I've kind of tried to do that, but...
Move along now.
Alright, now... we have a blacksmith. Ah. Okay, yeah, if you get one for sale, that works.
Welcome to the rift.
Well, since I'm this.
let's see. So these are level 72. I think I'm going to end up equipping these when we can. Alright, resistant to the winter storm. And stalwart of attack. I mean, it's way more armor, so it's got to go on, right? Bloodletters of vitality. Yeah, let's see what we get here. Alright, we don't have the apprentice. Alright, well that's an easy enough fix. We'll just get the apprentice and then swap out some more gear. Although... yeah. As a Moby, welcome in. Yeah, typically don't update the build command for SSF because we have no idea what we're ending up with. Did I not get the fabric quest? No, I did. Okay, are they all up here? Here we go. Alright, we got the Rift Gate. Let's go upgrade some gear. Now that we have the apprentice. Alright, let's see. Okay, impervious of dancing shadows pants. So that's just a net positive. Resistant to the winter storm. All right, let's... oh yeah, and this is just plain stalwart of attack. All right, let's see... rip elemental res, I guess. obviously, okay, let's... So it's not that bad. The ring is temporarily unavailable. Okay. Guess we're gonna keep the silk swatch. We don't need it right now, but don't really need an anti-venom salve either. Yeah, for now we'll keep the ward stone, the rune stone. I meant to keep that on. Do we need an anti-venom salve? Not really, but it is global armor, so it's not the worst. And yeah, we need some more spirit. All right. Resistances except Aether now are all fixed. That's actually a relatively straightforward solution. We have the armor augments, but we don't even need them. We can just swap the Vit Res augments for the Aether Res augments. All right, 9 over and 7 over. Okay, Warding of Supremacy, that also fixes Aether Res, so, but that's level 75, okay. Oh, we also have, okay, Prismatic of Ruin. Why don't we just equip these? There's OADA is nice, but this is way more armor. I just must have missed that I had these.
What's with all the
Oh, and we there we go. Let's get our mobility back. Yeah, we're not going to do runic braces this playthrough. We actually want attack speed.
Is it fit? The Warden's defeat is a great. So you must die before. Ah, I cannot. So, the three had to go.
The emissary warned. See anything you like? Put it to good use.
I could hear the.
I'll give you a good price on what I've got left. You've been quite a my dear. Then what I this. So you've yes.
Well, look.
Pierce Eye of Reckoning Paladin, I have not. I think the only endgame Eye of Reckoning build I've done on hardcore has been the Chillheart Dervish. I have wanted to do more Eye of Reckoning builds, though. I'm also curious what the expansion is going to give us. I could see Chaos, Eye of Reckoning, Oathkeeper, Berserker being very interesting. That's the thing. There are going to be so many new sets, and even things like Ascended or whatever the enhanced blues are called. Awakened blues, I think. There's going to be a lot of additional gear options that there are still things I could make in theory, but one, we don't have item assistant during this little stretch, and two, a lot of times I've actually struggled. Sometimes I've struggled to stream when I just didn't have a build that I was particularly excited about playing or leveling, because if you don't know what you want to play, it's like you can only do so many speed leveling runs, and And you don't want to make a random class that you're not actually going to do anything with. I mean, the SSF runs building around an MI are just very chill. So these I can do pretty much all the time, because you really, when you don't get to use pre-stashed gear, you really feel the upgrades a lot more. And when you find a really good roll, it feels pretty nice. Triggers the dopamine in a different way. Wait, we
Well, you work areas. We have to hit them hard and fast.
oh, we are. This requires Spirit 318, right? Okay. So I mean, we are going to need more Spirit. We also like we don't need. We do need some stat points, so maybe we'll push Shaman out to at least 32. I think that'll be okay. And this doesn't even have Black Tallow on it. Supremacy covers our Chaos Res. Put the Vid Res. There we go. Plenty of Aether Res. You don't have to worry about that for the moment. And Do we just... We're level 75, so we can. Do we just go Seal of Annie right now? I think we do. Four black tallows. And, 22. Yeah, we have the blooms. Okay, and we need 12 rift stones. How many aether crystals do we have here? 124. I mean, it's expensive, but what else are we going to have for endgame? We need the attack speed. Almost out of roiling blood. Wow. It also gives us plus spirit, which is pretty useful. What's up, Master Halls? Welcome in.
Keep your weapons bright.
Alright, we got Shaman Mastery out to 32 now. Bleed Archon. Nice. Yeah, I remember when I was getting to my last few classes I hadn't done on hardcore. Felt nice to finally get finish that. And then with Fangs of Astrakarn coming out, we'll have 9 more classes to play. I think I'll probably just go right down the list and do each of the Fangs of Astrakarn classes once. And to the extent possible, I'll try to get a lot of gear from the expansion. So on the one hand, it'll be interesting to see what new uses there is for existing gear, but I'm sure there are going to be a bunch of items, and some of them are probably going to be pretty broken before they get nerfed. So you have to take advantage of that. Commando and Apostate. And Sork. Well, Sork is pretty easy. Just you go Pyron, Mortar Trap, Devastation, or you go Hex Flame, Fire, AAR. And those are just the most obvious ones. I'm sure there are some other options that are pretty good. Physical spam Blade Arc. In what context, Viley? I mean, isn't that basically Spell Scourge with the Devastation? Oh, yeah, because of the flame touched and, was it the, Yeah, you could also do Fireblade Arc with the Sun Herald weapon. I think that's, still a thing. Agravik Sork. Hey, you know, that is something weird, but it works. Supposedly. If you do that, Viley, you need the dual wield relic, right? And I wonder if a good Sun Herald roll is just better for so two-handed. It'll get the full weapon damage amount. I don't know. I don't know what the answer to that is, but it's at least possible. And Sun Herald to me feels better thematically. Like you have this giant two-handed fire weapon. And you can still use you can use Shambulet. You could also use Mogara, which has I think flat to blade arc. And then yeah, Balthazar still. Thanks, Viley. Yeah, some of the things that were skills have been switched to proc, so that it's basically one less button to press, Suzu. So I guess that falls under that. I hadn't used it myself, so I wasn't sure. 15% chance on attack, so any any attack is going to do something, but you get like 3 or 4 attacks a second. Yeah, either you don't press the button as often as you should, or I think a lot of us prefer if we can make our playstyle a little bit lazier, we prefer it that way. Makes perfect sense to me, Viley. And Devouring Swarm isn't even close to the worst. Okay, interesting. Hey, welcome in, Strategos. Yeah, I'm fairly anti-piano myself. I don't mind the occasional rotating skills, but not too many. Alright, we're on ultimate, so let's just make hidden path easier. Okay, XP pot's almost gone. Let's just drink another one. I mean, what we've got: Blitz on left mouse, Cadence on right mouse, Warcry, and a movement skill. This is about as basic as it can reasonably get. I mean, additional movement skills are also kind of optional. It's like I have one mandatory button press, which is Warcry. Superior of the Abomination. That's just... I don't think it's going to be a worthwhile upgrade, but I'll pick it up just in case. Let's see, for... I guess it's just the weapon damage still makes it an upgrade, but... Meh. We'll get a 94 Voldrak. The level 70 Tyrants of Alacrity will be fine.
Well, if it isn't my old friend from Devil's... I came upon the...
We didn't get Venom. Of course. I think that's the second time I've done this on this, done that on this run, actually. Just forgot about the Manticore Venom. Alright, let's take care of that.
These are so how good work. I wasn't sure you'd. I wish I'm going to.
I'll skip the plot. The Legion is split on two.
Alright, what do you have for me, Gallus? Rune carved of blood. For this character, that is a pass. I think for most characters, that's a pass. You don't want blood as your suffix on rune carved. Revered with Coven, very nice. Impervious Fleshwarp Cask of Ruin. I mean, we need the Elirez, and it's actually not a higher item level, so... At the moment, that's not an upgrade. I mean, if it was more armor, maybe, but...
just the person. There are two other groups. The one you.
Hey, good morning, Silver Fox, and Button, welcome in. Yeah, this is the playtest patch for 1.3, which has the new UI upgrades. Yeah, not muted, just distracted from chat for a moment. Hope you're doing well, Silver Fox.
May this.
I saw. I think you'd sent me or told me about that, Susie. Probably not. I've play tested in the prior seasons, but I mean, right now, Fangs of Astrakarn is going to come out. They'll probably have I imagine the season's going to be after Fangs of Astrakarn, and I kind of just want to play Fangs and see how that goes first. I don't think I'll have time for a Grim Dawn season beta. And Silver Fox. So this is a warder, Cadence warder, and we're using Voldrak's Crusher. The specific reason, this has always been a good weapon, but they changed Upheaval in 1.3 so that it's now a weapon pool skill. So this item now has 50% weapon damage to Upheaval. which I thought was enough to give it a shot. Yeah, I feel the same, Susie. It's just wait until after Fangs of Astrokar when there's the actual season. I also just have way too much going on to dedicate additional time. I mean, well, this has what? Extra targets, 70% weapon damage, TDM to Cadence, flat to Mog Pact, plus regen to Mog Pact, and then 50% weapon damage to Upheaval. It's pretty nuts. And there's enough. There are enough greens that you can build a nice SSF character around this. You may even probably do good enough to get yourself SR set if you really want. Just do Shattered Realm. Is it 2021? No. So you take the Waystone and do 26, 27, but I think with good rolls, I don't even know if you need that. Yeah, they're still doing a lot of tinkering, and I know obviously there's going to be some great stuff coming out with the expansion. Do we or don't we? +3 to Oak Skin is what? I mean, we can replace the points fairly easily. This gives us +2 to Warcry, so it's basically a wash as far as points go. It gives us Fizz Res. We lose the Pierce Chaos, which is fine. It's way more armor. It's way more damage. And it's 1,000 health. Yeah, I think we have to use this. But let's at least get through Bloodgrove and do the quest before we swap out more gear. Void Touch of the Abyss, but it's 84, so I'm not going to bother picking that up. Alright, we have Malkadar's Remains. Actually, yeah, we need to find find the farmers, and then then we're good. Uh, yeah, in this case, Fizz and a bit of internal trauma. It's mostly Fizz. Let's see, Cadence. Yeah, it's like 90% Fizz, 10% internal trauma, or something like that. All right, so yeah, our resistances are still all good. Throw on Chains of Oleron. If we can. Ah, there we go. Let's see, 85, 7. Yeah, it's a damage upgrade. It's an armor upgrade. We lose a little bit of OA, but that's fine. All right, let's sell some junk while we're here too. Actually, any gloves without attack speed are an instant sell. Okay. Maybe we, yeah, put the potent Oleron's fur on this as well. Bit more damage. And, let's go kill Karaz first, and then we can turn in a bunch of quests. Yeah, War Cleaver is great. It's obviously not for this build, but it's a solid weapon. But unless I get something that's absolutely an insane level 94 roll, on a run like this, we won't keep anything, because I know I have War Cleavers that fit the good enough for leveling category if I want to level Force Wave. And I'm sure I've got some decent 94s as well. let's get Oakskin back up to soft cap. We lost that when we swapped out the armor. Like, these are probably better boots. I just don't think we need to equip them yet. Fizz Siphon Souls. Lots of armor, no attack speed. What's up, Gibbets? Welcome in. Alright, so Ethereal Essence quest we have. I don't know how critical that really is for us, but we'll be going in that general area for a hidden path, so we'll probably just do it anyway because of that, but still haven't one pointed Fighting Spirit. I know that was mentioned last stream, and I kept planning on doing it and then forgetting. So that's finally done. Alright, let's see. Soft cap here. We can get way more damage reduction. I don't think that's critical at the moment for us, though. We get more RR as well, but I think we are in reasonable shape on that. See, 21, 21, 23, 23. So 88% chance weapon pool skills right now. We'll get that up to 100, of course. You can't blame it. There are plenty of things you can blame the United States for. You cannot blame an entire country for Pop-Tarts, Kibbits. That's too much. Kellogg's you can absolutely blame for Pop-Tarts. That is totally fair. Let's see, did I get distracted, or did I actually remember to put down a rift gate? It's not that big of a deal, but okay, we didn't put down a rift gate. That's fine. We'll just go back. We're not really in a rush to do hidden path. Alright, let's see if we can do this before the XP pot runs out. I might want to do a quick farming run for a few MIs. So we'll just kill the mobs and not turn in the quest if the XP pot runs out on us. How many Pop-Tarts did you buy, Kibitz, that you're just stuck eating them? Menacing flesh warp pauldrons of attack. Okay, maybe. Let's see how those work out for us potentially. This is probably the best place to get the various flesh warped MIs.
Good work down there. We can.
Do we have time for this? We might run out. Nope. All right, we'll do that later. Let's reset. XP pot's out anyway. I'll do a little bit of farming and then just continue on. We have plenty of time to hit 94 today. We've got 2 more hours to stream. I mean, the main value that Pop-Tarts have, I think, is if you need cheap, empty calories. Like if you're on some fitness bulking program where you're desperately trying to eat enough to gain weight so that you put on some muscle or something like that, Pop-Tarts, especially on sale, can be cheap and have and calorie dense. You're not eating them for the taste. Yeah, and also, yeah, generic brand is for that purpose is going to be just as good. It's possible they doubt they taste worse. If it's been a long time since I've eaten Pop-Tarts, but I'm trusting you guys that they're bad. We'll do a Voldrak run. We'll do a Gaullus run. We'll do Megara. Yeah, looking at this roll, you can feel the pain in my soul right now. I mean, it's 94, so we couldn't equip it anyway. We still need to do some more farming for Voldrak, but you give me Tyrants on a fizz damage weapon, and then you give me not attack speed, not damage. No, you give me lightning damage on a fizz weapon. It's not even the prefix that at least gives you fizz to lightning conversion that you could use for some weird off-meta build. Yep. RNG, very much a troll. Let's see if we get anything better from Gallus. Yeah, why am I killing you? You don't matter. Just get me to Gallus's cave. That's all we care about. I mean, I have absolutely no hope that Gallus is going to give me something decent, but... Gallus has no relevant affinity, so you just pray that you get something that's workable for your build. Aggressive of soul warding is as much crap I was talking about Gallus. This is not bad. All right, it's level 82, but that's fine. That means we can equip it at the very least. It's got Pierce and Aether Res. It's got Fizz damage, 6% OA, bunch of extra health. It's definitely better than Imposing of the Void. So yeah, you go on right away. And I'm not going to bother putting on the Gazer Eye since this is going to give me way more Aether Res anyway. Alright, well that we can at least feel good about. Partial RNG victory. And Voldrak is probably going to be dropping a bunch of 94 stuff anyway, so we can wait on farming him. But we will go for Mogara. She's good chance of dropping a 94 item as well, but it's fine. And yeah, Gutworm will just kill him once, see if we get anything. Of Supremacy is amazing. Charged is awful. Okay. Alright, what do we get from Gutworm? Okay, we're to uncover the map. And discover exactly where the spawn locations are. Okay, so yeah, this is one, and he's not here. So we go back up. think this is a spawn location for him, or is it down here? It's one of them. And the third one is further along. Here we are. Mighty of Shadows. It's not really. Not really a thing that we care about. Alright, let's pop another XP pot and continue on then. We at least got a slightly better ring. And yeah, once we're 94 and we can equip anything that we get, we'll do a bit more farming. We can kill some of the flesh warp mobs if they drop good shoulders or helms. Warriors Flesh Warp Cask of Ruin. Alright, it's 84, so we can equip it right away. Let's see. That's +3 field command. Okay, our resistances are fine. Yeah, this is a pretty big damage upgrade. +3 field command. Skill cooldown reduction. Warriors has Vit Res as well, which is nice for us, and this has more health. Well, we'll grab the next couple of rift gates, and then we'll put on the upgrades. Good day, Farnsworth. Good day, Rain, and welcome in, guys. You went occultist. Yeah, I mean, you get very good flat RR from Warcry, which I should probably actually get all the way up to as high as it can go. I think these just go on.
The cult of Cathan is it appears that the ritual
I mean, you get 100% weapon pool skill, which is nice. Alright, Warriors of Ruin, you're going on. Take the. For now, we'll take the Runestone out. Alright, we still, we don't technically need the imbued silver because we could use armor augments that we haven't used yet, but yeah, I understand why Witchblade is interesting, but the Mog Pact bonuses are nice as well. Flat Fizz and the regen. And we haven't even spec'd into regen devotions or anything like that. We're just, in addition to our leech, we are regenning. What is our leech anyway? Okay, leech is only 9%. That's actually not great. So yeah, leech is 9%, but we do get a bunch of leech from Feral Hunger, so that's Solisle's Witchfire, right? Attack speed. Nope, we are not going to farm for Deathstalker. Probably just go Serenity. And we can even stick with Juggernaut for a while. It does help our regen, and it does help our OA. And we do need to crit to apply our only source of RR. So... Juggernaut might actually beat out Serenity on this build, I don't know. And since this isn't a full reset, we already have the Deathstalker blueprint. So actually farming Ancient Grove doesn't really do anything. We might, however, consider going 1 Gallus, 1 Gargabol. Because Gargabol gives a bunch of fizz damage and OA implicit.
So our great moment of Good, you're back. I struggle to admit that. You see the Luminari, long day.
Excuse, my father and I were...
I mean, nothing's impossible, Farnsworth, but... Now let's do Hidden Path. Let's get that out of the way. 22, 22. $24, $24. Okay, so 92% weapon pool skill chance. We really are pushing cunning a lot in this build. It's the only way we're going to get OA. And yeah, I do think we'll farm Gargaball. Or a black tallow. Black tallow. Let's get Sedina's memento.
Please, just
Hey, welcome in, Misa. Doing pretty well yourself. Got a couple hundred pages into Malazan Book 3 yesterday. Enjoying it so far, but I also finished one of Abercrombie's, I'd say, less known trilogy. Or no, I finished the first book of one of his kind of less known trilogies. The book is called Half a King. It's okay. I thought the characters are less compelling than the First Law. Wait. Is the glue related to the test, or do you just randomly have glue on yourself? I have so many questions. I was pretty tired yesterday. Dog got me up a little early and didn't sleep a ton, but slept in a few extra minutes today. Woke up around 6:10. Figures of the Wild. That's a no. Okay. Yeah, that... I was hoping it would be something like that, and you weren't just randomly showing up with glue. But that does make sense.
Whatever it is you think interest, if you see what you, I care not.
25% chance to be used. 25% chance to be used, and then we'll That sounds comprehensive, for lack of a better descriptor. Yeah, sleeping with all that attached to you would be difficult. Guess we can see if Sylvaria is here. Nope. But we got a couple blooms for our efforts. I guess we'll do the full clear here. We'll get the blooms, and then we'll kill Sylvaria. And then we'll have access to the rest of the Coven quests. Alright, we have to exit manually. That's okay. It's up to 21 blooms. Okay, level 91. Slowly getting there. I think we started at 68 today.
You strike. All right then. I can't open that. I am so.
Hey, Plasma, welcome in. You still working on the classless challenge?
You've returned. You check. The altar of Ratosh is now that you have ever since yes, deep beneath good. Look.
Oh, we haven't rescued the witches. Alright, that's fine. We'll do that shortly. Did you buy more books, Miso? Okay, yeah, that's significantly worse.
Is it finished? Not far from.
Finally, you're getting points again. Yeah, Twitch has been weird for me. It's been something has been off in terms of ability to do certain things watching streams for me. I don't know. I haven't cared enough to fix it. So, so yeah, that's the thing. Like, I can't redeem Gigantify emotes. And the click for a points bonus thing doesn't work. I probably should figure it out. I just look, I have better things to do. Well, hopefully it's working for you properly universally now, not just my stream Miso, but yeah, I should look into whatever I'm having issues with too. Is there any viable dual-wield guns right now? Welcome in. So, define viable, because unless you have absolutely crazy standards for what you want the build to do, there are a bunch of options. Dual Havoc Tactician is still very strong. Oathbearer, I think you play that as Paladin. I have yet to play it myself. There is the Sandspitter guns. I think you can play as a Warlord or Oppressor primarily. There's not, and obviously Rutnick's pistols are at least reasonable. You can play, what, you've got Oppressor, Paladin there. So probably the main ones off the top of my head. Darkblaze Pyro is squishy as hell, but does pretty good damage. Farming without... Oh, if you're farming without getting one-shot, unless you're farming high SR, I think all of those should be fine. I'm feeling things getting more interesting and starting to experience some payoff from what I've read in the prior books, Miso. It'll obviously... What? Let me... I am 160 pages in, and this book is 900... or so. So I've got a ways to go to really judge it, but I'm enjoying what I'm reading so far. Let's see. Right, back to Coven. Ooh. Speaking of dual-wield guns, a Rutnick SSF run could be interesting. Maybe I'll do that next. Yeah, I can imagine that being the case, Miso. Alright, we could get more weapon pool skills. Yeah, okay, so 23... So 25, 25, 23... Alright, we're at 96%. We'll get a bit more OADA from Field Command as well. And what's our... Yeah, like 125 DA shred. That'll go up to like probably 150. So our effective OA will be about 150 higher. Let's go into the void. Yeah, I've got a lot of Robin Hobb I want to read. So many books, so little time, but it's a good problem to have. Once I get more practice with writing and probably do some research, I definitely need to do a at least a book that's based on ships. Oh, you're arcane. You could have arcaned me. I should have been paying attention. Mythical Stormheart. Yeah, I will say I think Robin Hobb is better at writing protagonists than the other characters in the book. But, I mean, part of that is you're writing from the protagonist's point of view, so you have a little bit of unreliable narrator syndrome there, I think. But I think more point of view characters is, if not a modern invention, at least more common now than it used to be. Yeah, he's such a... Yeah, this is based on reading the first two books of Assassin's Apprentice and such. It kind of... I like the book, but he does kind of annoy me at times. But I think that's deliberate, so I'm not going to fault that at all. Alright, we are imminently close to 94 now. So yeah, once this XP pot runs out, / we get the next Rift Gate, whichever comes second, we'll reset and we'll do a little bit more farming since we're 94. We'll be able to equip anything that we farm. Level 94. %98 weapon pool skill chance.
You not to worry.
Ships made with dragon bones. That's
Come see what's left of my
not a trope at all. Really, anything made with the dragon parts. Not not criticizing it. It's completely fine, but Renegade. Ooh. 126 OA. Yes, please. Let's see, what else did we have in here? Demonic of Alacrity. Yeah, okay. I think these are both going on. Ton of OA plus fighting spirit. It's at least interesting. Alright, so throw these on, throw these on. Alright, we have way more offensive ability now. Maybe we'll take, oop, no, didn't mean to sell all those. What if we take a consecrated wrappings here for attack speed and chaos res? That'll give us chaos overcap. Our leech drops to 4%, which is not fantastic. But, I mean, we have way more armor, we have way more offensive ability. I think this is still a win. And we can see if we can fix leech at all, somehow. Actually, let's go to devotions. We took Raven for OA, which I think is still the right call. The leech node of Fox is nice, but yeah, alright. So we get our only leech is coming from Dire Bear right now. What's actually reasonable for us to pick up here? We could maybe take Toad, which would let us drop Owl, which does have reflect reduction. I think we can survive without too much reflect reduction. So that's an interesting possibility. We are going to do some devotion fiddling at some point. We're not going to do it right now. I'm just trying to get a broad sense of what options we have. We only need 18 blue, so that's also a thing to consider. Entire trilogy shorter than a single Sanderson book. I mean, that's not shocking. Alright, well, we can sell these. So the XP pot has expired, but I am going to open up the path to Lokar. And then we'll do a bit of farming. I think we'll might spend a good part of the rest of the stream just seeing what gear we can improve. Like, we have Warcry, so Tyrants is fine, but it's not the best. Hey Chaos, welcome in. It's an Solisle is an option for the leech, yeah. Dreeg does have OA and stun res. I don't. Okay, we really don't need stun res, but Dreeg has OA. So yeah, I'll probably do a mix of Dreeg and Solisle farming and see if we get a really nice drop. Is there anything that... hold on. Let's see what options we have. Relentless would be very good. There could be a damage attack speed hybrid suffix that could be even better than Alacrity. Like, what's the... I mean, if I got Relentless of Alacrity, I'd probably be very happy with it, but... Barbaric, Frenzied, and Oh yeah, Relentless is +4 Cadence, so we absolutely want Relentless. Yeah, I think Relentless of Alacrity is the best. And I wouldn't say no to Relentless of Fervor, but ooh, Relentless of Fury. I think Relentless of Fury would be best in slot, but that's a triple rare. We're not going to get that. Yeah, Relentless of Alacrity is the best one we can reasonably get. Look, I'm not saying the probability of me playing a pet build is high or even reasonable, but it's not 0. Like, there is a chance that is greater than 0 and significantly less than 100% that I will play a pet build. Yeah, I definitely want attack speed. Could have wrote those with an XP pot up. Oh well. All right, so we are level 94. Let's go do some farming. I think Voldrak is probably the best mob to start with, just because he has a good chance of anything he drops being an upgrade for us, since we have a level 70 weapon. If we get a level 94 base. Yeah, Relentless of Fury is an absurd drop. That's one of those... If you farmed him enough times or got insanely lucky. I'm not going to try to get something that obscene. I mean, that said, well, I'm not going to try to get something like that on an SSF run. I mean, I have Glacial of Shattering, like, Spectral Longswords. And you think even a Locksmere Sword. But I also did a ton of farming for those. Okay, game. Yeah, I might have a Glacial of Shattering Alchemo Scythe, too. Should probably use it at some point. Of the Venom Claw. I think I said Rutnik was next, but Pet is not a 0% probability. Yeah. Have to click the totem. Just mandatory. No, if I'm going to do a pet build, I'm going to play the pet build, honestly. Earthbound of Ruin, I mean, look. We're obviously going to keep farming, but it is a level 94 weapon. It is a huge, even without the attack speed, it's a huge upgrade. It's a ton of DA as well. But yeah, okay. So put the imbued silver on. We'll keep farming Voldrak. Obviously, we want to get a, I think, better weapon. We'd rather have attack speed, but it's still an upgrade. Still need the actually, do we do Seal of Might? We have 28 blooms. Fizz damage, health, increases armor, pierce, vit, bleed, res. Do Seal Blades for Leech, but that That just feels bad to do. We're going to do Seal of Might, which is going to require some other crafts. Serrated Spike, Chip Claw. Alright, we need to craft the Molten Skins. Everything else we should be fine on. Seal of Might. Yeah, it has a good fizz bias, so your odds are eventually you're going to get the item or something similar to what you want. Oh yeah, we're also going to need to put a bunch of points in Spirit to equip top level rings. Have to remember that. Alright, Menacing of Attack, Fleshwarp Pauldrons. Health, OA, Pierce, Chaos Res. What's our Ellie overcap? So, technically, we were going to need some Elemental Res if we equip this. But we can also do a Living Armor, which will give us OA, Chaos, and Ellie Res. So, yeah, let's throw Living Armor on here. It's Rotten Heart, right? Alright, well that fixes the overcap, which I still have just been incredibly lazy about putting augments on things. Okay, our Vit overcap is insane. We probably don't even need that anymore. So what are the yeah, we also we have a good bit more OA now. Yeah, Soul Warding is nice for Fizz builds.
See anything you like?
All right. I mean, we can get OA. I think the Mammoth stuff is probably the best option, though. And then we could also Coven's Wit is OA and armor. It's an option. I think for now we go Coven's Terror. Just take more damage and health. And for Fizz ring augments, we were going to go down to Elite so we can buy from Mammoth Resistance. We could just, I guess, go through the sewers and get to them, but this is easier. And we're gonna do some more farming anyway. And Arcanum Dust is also potentially attractive if we want a little more DA. Yeah, for now, just obviously better rings will help this, but I mean, 2,900 OA, that's almost 20k health. Let's see, it was 1,800 regen. Fizz modifier is over 2,000. We are definitely making progress. Yeah. It's one of the reasons why Bear is such a critical devotion for Fizz. It's the whole armor situation. Bloodletters of Vitality. So this is just a bunch of health, really. I think Bloodletters might also be Chaos Res. But so Mogara, Warding of Supremacy. Gosh, we have all the Chaos Res on this stuff. Alright, let's... Voldrak isn't an urgent priority now, but he still could drop us something nicer. And we'll fight Voldrak. I think we'll do Voldrak, Gallus, Mogara, and Gutworm. Course. One second. What about? Yeah, I guess Gutworm really is the best option for Cadence build. Hang on. Battle Mages of the Winter Storm. Interesting. Relentless of Ruin is way more damage. Okay, that's already an upgrade. Replace the Seal of Might. Hold on. This is what, 152. Obviously, we put the Coven's Terror. 170, put the Seal of Might. Alright, let's just switch that over. We're also, I'm considering one Gallus and one Gargable ring, just because Gargable has implicit fizz damage in OA. Boris Trample. You're talking about devotions, right? I mean, it's on block, so I literally can't use it. Our attack speed is not fantastic. I think we need more points in spirit. Anyway, so Gallus is next. And then Megara and Gutworm. But I mean, we're up to almost 3k OA without Fighting Spirit. 67 with Fighting Spirit up. We're going to have around 150 enemy DA shreds, so effective OA is going to be better. Let's put Blitz back on. Yeah. 2 Gallus was the original plan. As I started struggling with OA, I was looking at other possibilities, so Gargable could still be one, but if we can solve our OA issues without that, I think double Gallus is better. The challenge is just farming Gallus to get good rolls, since he doesn't have any real biases. You end up with a bunch of good Gallus rings for other builds. But yeah, we'll see. So if we can get, I mean, in an ideal world, you want more OA than 3k on a Fizz build, but if you can get 3k OA plus another 100 or so from Fighting Spirit, plus about 150 DA shred, it's like 30 up to 3250 OA for an SSF character that's pretty much in the firmly good enough category. So I mean, right now we have a Slith Primal Ring, which doesn't do much for us. And yeah, Aggressive of Soul Warding is a reasonably nice drop. I don't think it's a super high level one, but yeah, see, Mage Storm of Attack. Not for us, but for another character, I could see that being a great role. Like, actually, the Blackwater Cocktail Lightning Elementalist I did as my prior SSF character, Mage Storm of Attack, would be brilliant. Yeah. 3K with... It's more Markovians than Blindside, but yeah, Blindside is helping too. But yeah, when you have another between Fighting Spirit and DA Shred, another 250 effective OA, 3K is pretty decent. Oh, right. We're also doing more than just farming Voldrak. Let's go for Megara and Gutworm. If we get good rolls on some of those other items, our OA is not going to be an issue, and I think, yeah, we will just go double Gallus because, Mog Pact has flat, Menhir's Bulwark. It's great. Menacing of Attack, I think these are probably about as good as we're going to get, and we also will doing farming better pants. So we have a ways to go to get solid gear, but strong weapon upgrade at least. And we got Relentless of Ruin, so unless we get Relentless of Alacrity, this is our weapon. I think we'll still farm for Relentless of Alacrity, but we have a pretty reasonable consolation prize. It's another 15 minutes of farming, maybe a little less than 15, like 10, 15, then we'll raid out. See, Thunderstruck of Mending, another great in theory, but not for this character. But we can still go for Megara and Gutworm, so we have a couple of items to go for. I mean, you have to compromise somewhere on an SSF character where you don't have a full stash of gear to put on it, though, Farnsworth. Crushing of Amarasta's Flurry. So, funny thing is this is probably better, but we're going to keep trying to find a proper role. yeah, if you're finding drops legitimately on the self-found gear character, Rime Frost of Spines. What does Harvul give? I mean, break morale +3 break morale is not bad, and it does have a fizz bias. I'm taking Gutworm for deadly momentum at the moment to get that hard capped. If we had another +3 deadly momentum, might be different. Yep, and that's what got the sigil cooldown nerfs. A shield they're never going to actually get in real life. I mean, to be fair, casting sigil every 0.3 to 0.4 seconds, even without that stuff, was still stupid. Like, let's not pretend it wasn't a little bit silly, no matter what, but still. Tried for a week until you found the drop chance. So you should have seen there's one forum poster, I think she's unbanned now, who was on the warpath whenever any pet changes were announced. Yeah. Which makes sense, because like if your cooldown is if your cooldown is something like 0.4 seconds, the extra cooldown is not going to have that much of an impact anymore. The flat is so much more significant than percentage. But yeah, for devotions, the extra 10% cooldown makes a huge difference. I think 10% is the minimum roll, or something close to that. Superior the Abomination. Nope. Let's go for Megara and Gutworm again. No. This is someone who's banned on the forums, Miso. I don't think I've had to, other than the bots that spam the best viewer nonsense, I don't think I've had to ban anyone from the channel. Cutthroats of Vitality. Nope. Alright, let's get one last Gutworm kill in, and then see who we can raid. I'll link a Grim Tools for this build where we are now. We've made some very solid progress. We got Menacing of Attack shoulders. We have a bit more armor on our gloves and boots as well. We got Barbaric of Relentless of Ruin on our Voldrak Crusher, and we got a level 94 one. So this thing is just absolutely killing stuff. And then. Oh yeah, we got these Menacing of Attack Fleshwar Pauldrons, which are pretty nice, and the Devil's Cage chest. Miso was saying Crate was nerfing stuff to force me to play pet build, so I'd remembered. I think it was Maya, who was one of the posters on the forums, got at one point got banned for complaining or arguing about pet changes. Cutthroats. Couple of Ravenous Souls. So, no. Alright, well. Still, get you guys level 94. Current Grim Tools. We will be back tomorrow. For more, more Grim Dawn. We'll be continuing this character. Probably a lot of farming. Be as usual, posting this stuff on YouTube. And now let's see who's on. Alright, I can send you guys to Marzola, who's playing Final Fantasy 7 Rebirth, which has not much to do with Grim Dawn. But actually, is there anyone playing Grim Dawn? Let me check that, because there might be a couple people that I'm familiar with that I don't follow. It says no results found. Alright, I'm sending you over to Zola's way. Appreciate folks hanging out, and more Grim Dawn tomorrow at 8 Eastern US. We are on our non-winter hours.